welcome, and make sure you let me know in the comments what you guys plan on getting done today. We are here for TBR Harvest Sprints. You don't have to participate in TBR Harvest to be here though, so please feel free to join and chat if you are not part of it. I am doing the Escape the Corn Maze. I've currently read 2 books for my roles, and I am working on my 3rd. So you can see off to the side that I will be reading the Fragile Threads of Power today. I'm actually going to be switching back and forth between this and this, the September House. So I have both, but I'm going to start with Fragile Threads of Power. I will be reading this for the prompt that is, I think it's over 400 pages, which this doesn't look like it's super chunky, but it's like 650 pages. Although I will say, I'm a little disappointed with how thin these pages are. The book in like every other aspect is beautiful because I love the colors that they chose for these. And like it's kind of a buttery cover and the pages feel nice, but they're very thin. But yeah, so I have accomplished, let's see, I read Foul Days, which is my witchy vibes read. It was a 4.5 star, so that's good. I also finished Will Prescribe You a Cat, which was the prompt for a cozy read and with a cat on the cover. It's like a combination of those so I could catch all the cats. And that one was like a 3.5 star. It was cute, but I think that the formatting for stories like that, it's formatted the same way as like Before the Coffee Gets Cold is, where you have a bunch of short stories that are interconnected. I just feel like I have a hard time connecting to characters because of the fact that they're short stories. So, but I enjoyed it. It was good. So far, so good for TBR Harvest. I am going to collect all the cats, but we'll see how quickly I can do that. Let's see who we have in the comments. I know that Vanessa joined very early this morning. Hello, Vanessa. And thank you so much. I am absolutely baffled at how I've gotten here. And Beatrice is here. Hello, welcome. I am, as you can see, I am reading the September House. I'll probably do 2 sprints of Fragile Threads of Power and then 2 sprints of the September House. So I am buddy reading the September House with Beatrice. I'm rereading it, and then Beatrice is reading it for the first time. So it's very fun. And Tennille is here. Hello, welcome. Home today, no work for me. I'm on an absence leave because of the hospital trip tomorrow. Well, I hope you're doing well. I hope you're resting and allowing yourself to relax a little. I know it can be stressful to kind of be going in and out. So I hope you're taking care of yourself, friend. On lunch and hoping to read Mirror Sight. Want to finish today if possible, provided I don't get work calls disrupting things. I know, that sucks. Work disrupting what we want to be reading. Well, I hope that your calls stay silent and you're able to get some reading done. I know, Fragile Threads, I'm excited too. Not sure how I feel about the next book not being announced yet. Yeah, I know, and I'm kind of taking a gamble, but I will say I trust V.E. Schwab in getting books done. I know that she has like multiple projects going on, and so it might not be like the next book in the series might not be the priority for her, but I do trust that she's working on it because I don't know, she hasn't broken my trust yet with that. There are several authors that I would not give my trust to, but I feel like, I don't know, I feel like it'll be okay. Although I could be waiting multiple years and I'll have to reread it. But so far I'm enjoying it. I'm only 2% in, and I've only read like, there's a prologue. I don't know if they called it a prologue, where you're following someone who is 7 years in the past, wherever this book starts. And that's been interesting because there are some connections to the past books that I've enjoyed seeing. So that's been fun. I won't say anything else because I don't want to spoil the end of the 3rd book if anyone hasn't finished the Darker Shades series yet. Hello, Yelena. Lovely to see you. I'm glad you're here. Hello, Livia. Welcome. Currently making crepes and reading House of Bane and Blood. fantasy romance. Interesting. That's not what I would have guessed. It's in the Peaky Blinders like setting. Okay, interesting. Yeah, that's not a title that I would have that I would have guessed as fantasy romance, but interesting. And I love crepes. Are you making like anything? What crepe toppings are you making, or do you just have plain crepes? Either one's good with me. Hello, Ro, welcome. It will be a trilogy. I think it will be done. They have so many ideas. I know. I'm sure she'll finish, but there may be a delay. And I'm afraid I'll forget before the next one comes out. I know. Isn't that awful? Everyone's saying hello in the comments. Welcome, everyone. I finished Nick and Charlie by Alice Osman 15 minutes ago. Awesome. You've already finished a book. Like now you just have to kind of sit back and you can enjoy yourself. I love that. I hope you liked it. I haven't read anything by Alice Osman. I don't think. I know the author's name, but I don't know this title. But I can't remember. There was a book by this author that I wanted to read. I don't remember what one it was, but I don't think I read anything by them other than that, or other than like the book I have in my mind, but I can't remember what the title of it is. It will be more of an urban fantasy genre. It's been pretty great bridge for my spooky mood, but make it fantasy-ish. I know I've been with reading The Foul Days was my first like official TBR Harvest book for the month. And with reading that, I really did get into like the Monster Mash mood. And I've had a hard time getting out of it. But September House, like reading September House along with some other things has helped me kind of still be able to read other things. And this book, The Fragile Threads, at least the first little piece has already had some action in it. So it's gripping my attention, but I am definitely in a spooky mood. This is bad because I have so many books on my TBR, but sometimes, if a book is ready for you on Libby, you just take it. And there was a book that just came out and I couldn't resist. Or didn't just come out, but like just came to me on Libby. It's called Here Lies a Vengeful Bitch. And there's a tombstone on the cover. I have no idea what it's about. It was literally a book that I picked because of the title. And I went ahead and borrowed it, even though I don't have time to read it right now. But hopefully I will by the end of the month. It's a novella about the characters from Heartstopper. Oh, yes, Heartstopper. Thank you. That's the one, because I haven't read Heartstopper yet. And I really want to. But that's cool that there's a novella about some characters from that series. That's fun. I read What Moves the Dead last month, and I'm waiting on the library for What Feasts at Night. I need to read this. That's as spooky as I get. Hey, What Moves the Dead was creepy. I love T. Kingfisher as well. I do need to read What Feasts at Night. Was that on my 24 in 2024? It was on one of my lists that I needed to get to this year, and it will help me as well because it's technically a series, even though I don't know if the stories actually connect or if it's just following another one of Poe's writings. I'm not sure, but I am intrigued. I will say What Moves the Dead, I think I rated it. It was in the 3-star range. I was mad at how short it was, which is my issue with a lot of short fiction. I get invested at the end and then the story ends. And I'm like, but I want more. And I think that a lot of shorter fiction also doesn't allow me to make connections with the characters because we don't get to see as much. There's not as much development because they don't have time. And so I do struggle with short stories, but I did find it intriguing. And it definitely made me not want to eat mushrooms. If you know, you know. I want to finish Heartstopper before watching the 3rd season of the series. See, I haven't watched it either, so I've been waiting because I do want to read it. I've heard such great things about the series, so I'm excited to pick it up. Finished September House yesterday. It was so good. I really liked it. Not quite a 5-star, but definitely a 4.5. I wish I finished it sooner since I hit a slump. Oh no, and had to pause it. Yeah, that always stinks whenever you're really enjoying something, but then like you you take like a little bit of a break and you end up slumping. But I'm glad you liked it. I just in rereading the first chapter has made me remember how immersed I was in the story when I first read it. It's just so engrossing. I don't know, like the way that the ghosts are described and the I freaking love Margaret's character and the fact that she will not give up her dream home. She doesn't care if all these ghosts in the walls bleed. She doesn't care. She's staying. I think it's very fun. It should be released today. Is this the third season of Heartstopper? So you're reading in preparation for the release? That's exciting. I think What Feast at Night follows the same main character, but is based on a different story. Okay. I did like how What Moves the Dead ended. Like I liked where it was going. So I do wonder, since it follows a different story, I wonder if we're going to get any pieces of how that story culminates or like how it gets bigger, or if they're just going to drop that storyline and continue elsewhere. I finished the September House yesterday too. Woo! Had it on all the TBR readathons. You were making sure that you read that book. That's exciting. I'm glad to see it getting love because I think it deserves it. I love the main character in the plot, but the writing was just a tad bit too repetitive for my taste. Yeah, I could see that. And I'm pretty sure that was her debut, right? Carissa Orlando. So I'm excited for something else to come out by that author because I want to see. Sorry if you guys can hear the police sirens. I want to see what else she can do and how she grows as an author. One of the things that I have noticed about picking up really popular authors, for instance, Chakraborty. So I loved Amina Al-Sarafi. But then when I went back to pick up her debut work, I didn't enjoy it. And so when I can pick up a debut author and I like their stuff, it's really exciting to me to continue on because I've already seen where they started. And so getting to see their progression will be fun. Whereas someone who I've read, their works after years of them writing, going back to their debut is kind of daunting because it doesn't always work out. It also worked for Favelin. Awesome, Livia. Get those TBR points. Yes, I'm excited to see what Carissa Orlando produces. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I've already had Lotta from Lotta's Nook had read September House last year, and we were talking about it and how we were disappointed that nothing came out in October by that author, which is understandable. Like we have to understand that authors shouldn't have to put out a book every year, but it is always like the anticipation. I'm still waiting on Nat Cassidy, who's the author of Mary and Nestlings. He is supposed to produce a book called Rest Stop this year. And I don't know when it's going to come out because I don't even think it has a publication date yet on Goodreads, but I am very excited. Hello. I'm going to try and pronounce your name, but let me know if I do it wrong. Is it so Ochizoko or Ochizoko is how I think Leandro was pronouncing it, or Ochizoku? Maybe it's Zoku. And I know you said we could call you Levi as well, but I just want to make sure. So correct me if I'm wrong. Welcome. It's nice to see you. Ooh. I'll be finishing The Illustrated Man by Bradbury. I need to read Ray Bradbury. I haven't read anything by him, but I'm a little intimidated. And I know that there are books out there that a lot of people, because when we're talking about this, 1984, 1984, because we were talking about mixing them up with Orwell, and I do the same thing, but I just haven't decided what I want to start with. Lantris was my first Sanderson. I enjoyed it much more compared to the majority of readers, so I knew he's going to be an author I will enjoy. Interesting. So I didn't do this correctly. I read Stormlight first. I'm pretty sure. It was either Stormlight or Mistborn, but I'm pretty sure I read Way of Kings and then I went to Mistborn. And I went back and read Elantris, and I did not enjoy it. But I mean, it wasn't like I hated it. It was, I think, a 3.5 star. But it's definitely, you can tell it's his debut work. But I'm glad you enjoyed it, because that does give him hopes for the next thing that you'll read by him. I think I'll start Final Empire. I'm so excited for you to get to this, Livia. Yeah, it's fine, but Levi's fine too. Probably better because my nickname is fashioned as a surname. Huh, interesting. Well, then there you go. Interesting. I love that. Well, friends, we are right on time to go into a sprint. We are going to do our sprints today. I am not going to be here as long as I normally am because I am going to shorten the time of my sprints. I usually go until 5 my time, but today I'm only going to go until 4, and we're just going to see how that works. I think it's just going to work better for me for getting dinner ready after sprints. So we will do 4 sprints. That's my plan, doing 4 sprints, and then we will be done, and I'll keep you guys apprised to the time frame whenever we go. I want to finish Bradbury's book and then roll over to Spookopoly because I need the rush of happy feelings. That's exciting. I have not rolled for Spookopoly yet, and I don't know that I will. I want to play, but there are so many reads that I have on my TBR. I don't know if I'll be able to get to it, but I hope that your rolls go well. Hello, Kev. Nice to see you. I think my expectations were very low for it since a lot of people warned me that it wasn't his best. And that's good. Like going in with your expectations kind of adjusted so you're not expecting more than a book can produce. Like, I think that's the good way to do it. So we are going to go into our first sprint. Happy reading, happy productivity, whatever you guys need to do. And I will see you guys in an hour. Hello, welcome back. Let me know in the comments how you guys did that sprint. I did not get much reading done because that was a lunch sprint for me. So some of it was spent cooking, but I did get to page 32. And I'm still enjoying it. I did not realize I took the dust jacket off to read this, and it has like gold foiling with this little picture on it. It's actually very, very pleasing to the eye. I like it. And I'm pretty sure I know whose skull I guess this is, or face, but anyway, I'm having a good time. I think it's been a lot of fun so far. I'm liking to get back into the world. One of the things that I both enjoy and don't enjoy is that this has the same narrator. The male voice in this book has the same narrator as a lot of Brandon Sanderson books, and then the female narrator is the same narrator as a lot of the Marie Brennan books, which Marie Brennan has a ton of books, but why can I not remember the name? The Lady Trent series. So it's Kate Redding and Michael Kramer, I'm pretty sure, are the two narrators. And so I have to like mentally prepare myself and say, okay, like I'm in this world. This isn't like, it's not Mistborn, and it's not like, we're not talking about Lady Trent right now, because I'm so used to the narrators' voices, but it's very funny. You'll have to let me know if you guys do that with narration, if you recognize audio narrators, if it bothers you or not. Through that sprint, or right before we went to that sprint, we had Novel Insights join us. I'm reading my current chapter for my weekly book club. I hope that you got through it. Hope you enjoyed it. And I didn't know, Beatrice, if you were going back in the hospital tomorrow or if you were just talking about your trip yesterday. But either way, I hope that you're doing well. And Vanessa joined us and then left to the gym. Hope you had a good workout. Kat also joined us. Hello, Kat. Good evening to you. Just got home. I'm having some dinner. Vietnamese takeout sounds delicious. Hello, Kirsten. I've been reading The Twisted Ones. I hope you're enjoying it. You'll have to let me know when you finish it how it compares to The Hollow Places, because I've been told if you like one, you don't like the other. So I've only read The Hollow Places, but I do want to read it at some point in time. Hello, Lotta. Just finished dinner. Now time to clean up. And then it's finally time to read. Love it when it gets to that time of day. Ooh, my comments jumped. I'm not sure whether I'm going to continue with the Bloodstones or Akamath. I'm really enjoying both. It's hard. When you're reading like two books that you absolutely love, it's hard to juggle. Read 2 short stories and 6 short stories left. Very nice. Good progress. Finished making crepes. Got 40% of the way through my current read, and now I'm watching the new Shelf It or Scrap It episode by Back in the Books. Nice. I love watching those videos. I also like is it Shelf Destruct videos that Booked and Busy does. I think they're very fun. My exam was yesterday. It went well. Good. I don't have to become part robot, which is amazing. That is amazing. It's creepy, but also funny in places. That's one of the things I love about T. Kingfisher. I like T. Kingfisher's humor a lot, especially within their horror novels, because I don't know, like, and it might just be the horror books that I picked up, but I don't see a lot of humor within horror, and I do like the combination. It gives me a little bit of a reprieve from the spooky. In the next sprint, I think I will eat dinner. It's 7:20 there, and wash your hair, continue reading the short story collection. Very nice. Got some plans. Hello, hello. You'll have to remind me, your name's Ashley, right? It's been a while since I've seen you. I mean, not like around the internet, but on my sprints. Good morning. Finished Tress yesterday and loved it so much. Yes. I'm excited. You Again today, or you're loving reading You Again today. I haven't heard of that one. Oh, You. Is it like You? The book about the stalkers, right? I haven't read those. I watched the show, and I really do enjoy the show. It has the most fall cover ever. I love that. Love the fall vibes. I am now home, and the reason why I can't work is because I cannot be seated for too long. That makes sense. Gotta be able to get up and move around, move your body a little bit. I'm pretty bad at recognizing the narrators. I don't even look it up before I start the book. I don't either. It's just certain ones I will recognize their voice because I think, I don't know if it's because I read certain publishers a lot more than others and they tend to favor certain narrators. Because really, Kate Redding and Michael Kramer, and then there's one other one that I will recognize, but I don't know their name right off the top of my head. I don't try by any means, but it does sometimes. I think the series that kind of got me doing that was the Chorus of Dragons series by Jen Lyons. Has a full cast of narrators, and they were actually lucky enough, the publishers were, to get the full cast for the entire series. And so that was a very unique experience for me. And I'm sure it happens like in a lot of different series, but that was just the first one for me. And I realized that from book to book, you didn't have to think about whose voice you were, or like whose head you were in, because the voices changed with the characters and it stayed consistent throughout the series, which is very nice. Didn't realize there was a new Shelf It or Scrap It. Do I read or watch that? Maybe you could do half and half. I don't know how long the video is. Maybe you could do half the sprint watching the video and then half the sprint reading. I didn't read at all. No worries. Had to help my son with his homework. Hey, that's productive. Good memory. It's Ashley. Yay. I'm so inconsistent on here. No worries. We're just glad to have you. Usually working or busy when you're sprinting. Yeah. Oh, and I'm sorry to hear you're off sick today. That sucks. Well, I'm happy that you're here to keep me company. And yeah, I know I sprint in the middle of the day for a lot of people. It's just what works for me. So when you can join, I appreciate it. And I will be on like some weekends, and I'm around, but I'm glad that you could join us. But I hope that you're feeling better and that you're able to rest today. 2 times speed, it'll only take you 40 minutes. So you could technically, we're going to do an hour sprint. So you could watch it at 2 times speed, 40 minutes, and then read for 20. Hey, you again. It's a romance. Okay. So wrong series I was thinking about. I haven't heard of that one. I don't read a lot of romance though, but hope you're enjoying it. Oh, you can't do 2 times speed. Save it for the weekend. Smart. Like put it on your watch later list, which mine is forever long. That's something I need to do as well. I need to set aside some time to do some booktube watching. I also need to set aside some time to do some booktube admin stuff. I don't know if you guys heard on, I think it was the live show, the Battle Booktuber live show sprints that I did last weekend. There will be an event that I will be hosting. I'll just give you a little bit of a hint that the announcement video for that will be coming out on October 12th. So during that event, I will be sprinting more. And I have to, the reason I even brought that up is because I have to be doing some admin stuff for that in preparation for the event. But yeah, it's nice to see you, Ashley. I actually listened to a new graphic audio narrations, and it's so unique. Sometimes the background noises are a bit too loud compared to the words when I speed it up, but it was mostly a great experience. I have found, so I've only read one book that does this. I think they called it a dramatized, but it could be considered like a graphic audio narration. I think they touted it as dramatized audio, but whatever. I didn't like it. I think it would probably depend on how well it was done, because I do think, so you said the sounds are a bit too loud when you speed it up. I feel like sometimes it's a bit too overwhelming for me. And I don't know if it was because of the speed or if it was because, like, I don't know. I don't know if it was just like too much. It was with the Crown Tower. It was the second book in the series. I think it's called The Rose and the Thorn. And it's the Rhaenyra Chronicles series that I started this year. And you could hear like the horse hooves clopping. You could hear somebody eating an apple in the background, which was fun at first, but then it just got very draining. So I think like there's probably like a perfect mixture for me, because I do think it's a very fun concept. Hello, Susan. You're new here. Well, welcome. Just found you through the sprints for the Readathon. Hello. Welcome for TBR Harvest. Hope your roles are going well. So hello, you have beautiful booktube space here. Thank you. I do. I love the community in booktube. It's amazing. I'm hoping to check out some videos after sprints. Well, thank you very much. Welcome. I'm glad you're here, Susan. My watch, oh my goodness. My watch later is over 700 videos at the moment. Same. I don't know how large mine is, but it's ridiculous. All I see whenever I log into YouTube, I'll have all my subscriptions with the little blue dots. And it's just little blue dots all the time for someone posting a new video. It's hard. I mean, that could be a full-time job, just watching the people that you want to support online. So I get it. Right there with you, Livia. And yeah, totally get it. Like waiting until the weekend, then you can enjoy it. I'm trying to complete my last month's last book, which is a reread. I'm at 68 pages and of Legends and Lattes, and it's my favorite book, so I'm aiming to complete it today. Awesome. I love that book. I have not read the sequel yet, and I really want to. I'm planning on, it's one of the things I do want to read by the end of this year, because that will help me, one, with my series goal, but two, I've heard amazing things about it. I'm a little worried because some people have said that it's not as good as Legends and Lattes, which I'm going to go in with like not low expectations, but just different expectations. I think from what I've heard, it's less cozy, which I'm okay with as long as I am intrigued in the plot. But I hope that you're enjoying your time back in the world. I completely understand. I definitely wouldn't want every book to be that way, but it added something different and I enjoyed it. I think I will listen to the GA of Rhaenyra series. Oh, the graphic audio. Okay. And I do think that for the Rhaenyra series, at least for the Rhaenyra Chronicles, the end of the series is only available on graphic audio, at least at my library. I could be wrong, like maybe it's published elsewhere, but I could find the first two books non-graphic audio, but then the rest of the series is graphic audio. So just an FYI. I think I'm going to start reading the Blood and Stones and then maybe switch for the next sprint. Very nice. Won't even check my watch later. I'm terrified. Right there with you. Legends and Lattes is so good. Yes, it is. I also liked Bookshops and Bone Dust. They're not quite as cozy. Still, it's a great story. Yeah, that's what I've heard. I've heard it's more, I don't know that I'd say action is what I've heard, but I've just heard that it's more plot heavy, less cozy, less kind of meandering. I liked the Legends and Lattes sequel more than the first. Awesome. But I think I'm in the minority. It's a little less cozy for sure. Yeah, I tend to be, I think it just depends on the series. There are definitely some, most series I will say I usually like the first book better, but there are a few out there that I do think the second book or the third book in the series take the cake. But I always worry when you're going into a sequel that it's not going to compare to the first, which it shouldn't. It should be a different story, but I didn't enjoy Bookshops and Bone Dust that much, but Legends and Lattes is love. And yeah, sometimes one book in a series works for you and the others don't. I felt that way about, which I still love the series, but the Bone Shard Daughter. So the first book is the Bone Shard Daughter, and then I don't remember what the other two are called. I have them. It's like something war. The Bone Shard Emperor, and Bone Shard War. And I think that the first book was way better than the other two. I didn't hate the other two, but I definitely, and I like the series as a whole. I like where it went, but it hurt my heart a little bit that it didn't continue with that same momentum that the first one amped up. I love all the fall reads though. It makes me happy. We're in autumn, guys. It's October. I'm excited. And with that, we have perfect timing. We've gotten to the end of the comments. We're going to head into the next sprint. We're going to do another hour sprint. And I am hopefully going to get more reading done. That's my goal, is just to sit here. So you guys are going to be my accountability buddies. And you're going to sit here and watch me read. Of course, you don't have to go off and do your own things, but I'm going to try and be on camera for this entire sprint. And I'm going to read. Let's see. We have a couple more comments. I am so excited to get to the Bone Shard War. The second my hold comes in from the library, I'm going to drop everything. You'll have to let me know, Kat, what you think as far as like the series in general goes. If you like which book you like the best. Heard that series goes a bit downhill, and I've been avoiding it. I'm hoping to try their new release. Me too. I'm reading Gods Below this week. Or not this week, this month. I have too many things going on this week, but this month. And I'm reading Gods Below because of this lady right here, our overlord for TBR Harvest. I let Leandra choose a book for my TBR, and Gods Below is one of the ones that got chosen. So I'm excited to get to it eventually. And with that, you have arrived just in time for a productivity sprint, Leandra. So we are going to go into an hour sprint, my friends, and I will see you in an hour. Hello, hello, welcome back. I have gotten to page 72. I think I want to get to page 100 before I switch over to the September house. And I should be able to get to that mark in the next sprint. So let me know in the comments what you guys did that sprint, how productive you're being if you're taking a break. And of course, don't forget to hydrate. There's a character in this book, and I can tell you because it's not really a spoiler for the first series. There's a character that was in the first series, was a very minor character. Her name is Maris, and she's an older lady, and she is the person who runs like a black market, and it's like a floating black market. And we get her perspective in this, and I don't know if it's going to continue or if it only happens once. But I really like her perspective. I like an older female protagonist, but especially one who is a little crass, and she's very intriguing because of the fact that she deals with all these black magic items that can do, various things. There are so many, there's so much potential for what her character can do and what we can see from that black market because of all of the items that she has collected over the years. So that I got to that part during that sprint, and that was very intriguing. I liked that a lot. So we did have a welcoming committee, of course, for Leandra. And then this came in right before sprints, or right before the sprint. I saw the TBR, and I'm excited to hear your thoughts on it. Sometimes going in with a certain expectation can help with the experience, and I love the way you summarize books, so I can't wait. Oh, thanks, Yelena. I appreciate it. I hope to love it. I'm very excited about it. And then Leandra's saying hello to everyone. We also gained a Rally. Hello, Rally. Welcome. Going to continue to read God of the Woods. I want to read this so bad. You'll have to let us know how you're enjoying it. It's got like a 17-week wait at my library, but I've heard really good things. So hoping you're enjoying it. We did lose Levi, unfortunately. Migraine is setting in. I hope that you are feeling better and that you get the rest that you need. And then Kat got to 65% of the Bloodstones. Very nice. Spent an hour playing Animal Crossing and watching Becca's Shelf Fitter scrap it. I love that. It sounds like an amazing time to me. How do you like the new cast in Fragile Threads compared to the OG trilogy? I am liking it so far. You do have like a sprinkling of the same characters from the original book, which I have appreciated, but I really want to see, and I don't know if they're going to come back or if it was just a taste that we got, but at the very beginning, you are in the heads of two children, one that's 7, one that was 11, and they were thieving in, I think it was White London. Yeah. And I would like to have their perspective again, but I don't know if that was just like a taste of the past to conclude something that happens, or if we're going to see them again, like as adults, because years have passed. But I am liking it. I'm finding it intriguing. I also really like Tess, who is the person who owns. Well, she's an apprentice. I'll say that, at a magic shop. She fixes magical items, and her character has been very intriguing. So I like her as well. I also like and it's not really new because we did see some of it in the past trilogy, but the magic system that she brings about and how she views magic is really interesting, and where the name of the book comes from. So yeah, I'm liking it, Ro. I think it's good. I didn't know it has a skull on the cover. I know I didn't either. I love that. I just think it's fun. It's and the way that this particular character is described in the book is very creepy, very autumn vibes. I love it. Oh no, Ashley, DNF'd you again, and going to start Song of Achilles instead. Well, at least it's a negative and a positive. I'm glad that you DNF'd it since it wasn't working for you. I'm hoping that Song of Achilles you will love. I have not read that yet, and I don't know that I will. I don't know that I'm not a big mythology retelling, and I know a lot of people have absolutely loved that book, but I think it's a little too hyped up in my head, so I'm scared to pick it up. So I hope you really enjoy it. I've heard great things. Finished work for the day. Awesome. Listen to more Changeless. I hope you're still loving Alexia Terabody. She has my heart. And now we'll switch to Cat Plus Gamer Volume 5. Oh my gosh. I've only gotten to Volume 1, but I love it. I think it's so cute. I plan on reading God of the Woods this month too. I'm excited about it. I think it sounds, honestly, it's way out of my comfort zone, but I do think it sounds very intriguing. And I'm pretty sure it's chunky. So gotta get some chunky reads in before the end of the year. I was looking at, which I know that this really doesn't matter, but it's just a goal I've always had set in mind. I like my average page number for books to be around 400, or 400 or above is kind of my goal. And I was looking, and my goal, or my average page count currently per book, is 390 pages. So I am close, but I've done a couple of readathons this month, or not this month, this year, that have encouraged me to read shorter books, which is fine. But I think I do want to pick up some chunkier reads probably in November and December to amp up my page count, and also get through like some chunky books that I have that I need to read and want to read. Should I reread the Shades of Magic trilogy before reading the one you're reading? I read it so long ago, but I can read the new one without rereading. If I can, I'd love that. I just read the Darker Shades of Magic series this year. So I would say if you could find like a detailed like plot map for the trilogy, that you would probably be fine reading it without. But if you can't find that, there's definitely, there's the same character, or not the same characters, but there are characters from the first book in this book. And there's some political landscape happening that does relate back to the events of the third book. So I would say, like, I don't think you need to reread the entire series for like the nitty gritty details, but if you just found like a detailed plot map, I think you'd be fine. I did like the new covers, but now I love the new covers on the Schwab books. I like them. I think I like the colors. They're very pretty. Now, I will say I liked the original covers for the first series, so I did end up buying the collector's edition that had like the vintage look or whatever to it. But I don't mind having the new covers for the new editions. And I know I could buy like all matching or whatever, but I kind of like having them a little bit separate. Sorry, sickness brain. I hope that made sense. It did. No worries. Hello, Jen. Welcome. I think everyone's doing well. I hope you are as well. I'm having a fun day. I think it's good. Gotten a lot read, and I feel I'm relaxed. I'm chilling. I'm enjoying the spooky vibes. I think it's going to be a fun month. I'm excited. Liz Moore is a chunky thriller writer. So, and that's interesting because that's not, a norm for that genre. So that intrigues me even more. Someone who can write long format and supposedly well. I haven't read anything by Liz Moore, but I've heard good things about that author. So fingers crossed that it works. Work here and busy morning with multiple meetings. Aw, I'm sorry, Jen. I hate the fact that we have to adult sometimes. Be nice if we could just all sit around and read and chat all the time and not have to work. If someone would just pay us to do that, that would be nice. Read multiple pages of The Ashes and the Star-Cursed King, and you're loving it. That's so exciting, Lotta. Next sprint, I'll be watching Leandra and her new video. Yes. I will actually, during the next sprint, I will go and get the link, and I'll put that in the comments so you guys can go and check out Leandra's new video. That's exciting. Glad you're enjoying The Ashes of the Star-Cursed King. I'm trying to remember who that author is. Because I've heard, actually, I have Goodreads open. Oh, it's Carissa Broadbent. Okay, that's what I was, but for whatever reason, I was doubting myself. So I'm glad that you're enjoying another book by that author. That's very exciting. Good call on the plot map. Didn't even think of that. Yeah, that's something actually I've been interested in doing on my channel for not more popular series, but like just series in general, since I am such a series reader, doing an overview. So not necessarily a review of the series, but like an overview of events, just so people can come in and say, like, for instance, I'm reading the Faithful and the Fallen series right now, and so much happens in each of those books. I think it would be nice to have like a video where I could go in and just say, like, boom, 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 these are the events that happened. I don't know. Excuse me. I don't know how great that would be as far as I don't know if people are going to be interested in that content, but I like that stuff because then you don't have to go back and reread series, which is always nice. Halfway through Halloween Party for a couple of book groups. Oh, a couple of book groups. I know that the Manor is doing that one. I wonder what else. I enjoyed it. I thought it was fun. It's definitely, it's not my favorite of Agatha Christie's that I've read, but it was very fun. Very, very festive for the season. And for the trick or treat TBR sheet. Nice that you can make it work. Trying to continue to read my other books, but the distraction to read Cat Plus Gamers 100% there. It's so worth it, and it doesn't take long. Like you could read like a volume and then go back to your other books. I shouldn't encourage you, but I am going to because it is very cute. I've had a lot of fun. I've had a lot of fun with a lot of the cat manga I picked up. I think my favorite. Ooh, I would probably say a cat from the other world and a forgotten witch. I'm not going to get the title correct because it's so long. I'm pretty sure it's a cat from the other world and a forgotten witch. I think that's probably been my favorite of the, quote unquote cat manga, but Cat Plus Gamer is a close second. It was very fun. And the first volume has a tuxedo kitty, and I love tuxedo kitties. God of the Woods is long. Well, at least for you. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's deemed a chunky book. Let's see. The God of the Woods. You guys are getting some typing ASMR. Yeah, 490 pages. I'd say that's chunky, especially for it's deemed as historical fiction, right? Mystery thriller, historical fiction. So, I mean, I would say that's chunky, especially for that genre. Yes, Halloween Party. I should probably do some uni work, but I'm almost done with it, so I probably won't take it. Probably won't take you the entire sprint. There you go. So like, yeah, do a little bit of uni work and then read a little. Like, yeah, put a little bit of fun in your schedule as well. That's always important. That's what I'm doing. I'm on volume 3. And oh my god, it's so good. Oh, good. I'm glad. I'm glad that you're putting it in a little bit. Like, I think it's. I've really enjoyed my experience getting into the manga realm. It's been a lot of fun. A Cat from Our World and The Forgotten Witch. Thank you, Leandra. I've read the first 2 volumes. I'm on hold for the 3rd at my library, but I have really enjoyed that story. I think it's fun. I think the Cat from Our World and The Forgotten Witch I liked because of the backstory. Like the cat is very cute, but the backstory going on with the witch and kind of the details about the kingdom that you learn. Cat Plus Gamer, I think I enjoyed because of, I mean, the cat is very cute, but the gaming components that she puts in are just fantastic. Having to level up her cat keeping skills. It's very funny. It's pretty gripping. I read 100 pages in one day. So yeah, hopefully you guys will get it soon from the library. Yeah, I'm pretty sure when I put it on hold, it was like a 17-week wait. I mean, it's ridiculous, but it is what it is. At least that means that people are enjoying it. 14 weeks. Yeah. So it was 17 weeks probably when I got it, and now it's at 14 weeks, but I'm fingers crossed that it's good and that it keeps gripping you and that a lot of people enjoy it. It's one that I think, because it was published this year, right? It's one that I think, yeah, July 2024. I think it'll make it into the Goodreads Choice Awards if I was to make a prediction for that genre. But I hope that it continues to be good for you. And with that, friends, we are at the end of the comments and we are ready to go into the next sprint. So we do have 2 more sprints. So we have this one and then one more. And we are still going to do an hour. So go and be productive, friends. Get done whatever you need to get done, and I'll see you in an hour. Hello. The timer snuck up on me. I looked over. I'm watching one of Jolene's videos on Bookworm Adventure Girl, and I have the timer right next to it, and it was like at 1 second, and I was still listening, and I was like, "Oh, oops." So welcome back. Let me know how that sprint went for you. We have had an Andy join us. He has decided that he wants to sit on my lap, although he might leave in about 5 minutes because his feeder is going to go off, and he'll be more interested in food than he will in me. But he's here. I did get to my goal of 100 pages into the Fragile Threads of Power, and so I'm probably going to switch over on the next sprint to September House. I did take a little bit of a break after I got to that 100 pages because my eyes were starting to get a little fuzzy, and so that's why I switched over to watching one of Jolene's monthly wrap-ups, and I might in the next sprint start by watching a couple of booktube videos if I can find some shorter ones, or maybe just one if I want to find a longer one to watch, so I can start getting caught up on my watch list, just to let my eyes rest a little bit, which sounds weird. So you have to rest from reading and watch a screen. So maybe I should go, I don't know, maybe I'll go for a walk or something, but I'll need to do something to give my eyes a little bit of a break. But I am still enjoying the book, The Fragile Threads of Power, and we have just gotten to a point where we're going back to some of the events that happened at the end of the first trilogy, which I won't say, but we're going back to something that happens, and we get to see like the repercussions of that. And I can see where the pieces of the book are going to come together, I think. And it probably won't be like the majority of the story by any means, but I can see like why one of the characters was introduced the way that she was. So anyway, I am enjoying my time. And yeah, let's see what you guys got up to. I know. Oh, I put up this message if you guys are interested. Leandra did put up a horror ranking video. So if you guys would like to see her rank her horror reads for the year, that's where you'll find that. Back from the gym, Vanessa, and pulling weights, ready to sit down for a bit, I bet. Sit down, put your feet up. Hopefully you got some stuff done during that sprint. You were able to relax a little. And then we did lose Leandra during that sprint, off to the library to babysit the books. I hope they treat you well. Loving the kitty content, yes. He sometimes will decide that he wants to join me. Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes he's sweet. Other times he's a pain. Sometimes he's both. But I'm glad that you enjoy it. I finished the uni work. Very nice, Kat, but only 5 minutes left in the sprint. That's okay. You got it done, right? Like you can kind of wash your hands of it. Now you can focus on some of the things that you want to be doing. So that's perfect. And there his feeder is. So he's going to go eat. Hello, Tennille. Welcome back. The timer always makes me jump. I know. If I'm not paying attention to it, it will make me jump as well. Off work and preparing to go teach at the community center. Very nice. I just listened to an audiobook on self-care for ADHD people and got some stuff done around the house. Well, that sounds lovely. I honestly, when I first started my booktube channel, actually, I never read audiobooks. I would listen to podcasts, but I'd never really been one that liked to read audiobooks. And since then, I have changed my mind because it is very nice to have a book where you can get up and be mobile and still, to me, it almost feels like cheating. It's like I can do my chores and get things done that need to get done, but still do something that I want to do and something fun. So it almost feels like you're cheating a little bit, which I love. So I'm glad audiobooks can help. Hello, Hillary. Welcome. All I've been doing is watching season 3 of Heartstopper. Hey, that sounds like a plan to me. I still really need to read that series. We were talking about that earlier today, that I have not read it yet. And I've heard amazing things. I haven't watched the the show either, because I don't want to spoil myself, because I am definitely a person who I want to read something before I watch it. Took a shower, put on my new Spy Family pajamas. Oh my gosh, that sounds so cute, Lotta. I need to read 11 more pages and then I can go to bed. Lovely. You need to vlog this, like you reading Spy Family with your Spy Family pajamas. I think that sounds adorable, and I hope that you get to cozy up and that you have a good night's sleep, because I know it's getting late there. I don't really do audiobooks. I listen to booktube videos while doing chores and stuff. I've heard some people do that, and I might need to start, like, I've talked to a couple of people because of the fact that my watch later list is always longer than I want it to be. And that is something that some of the booktubers I follow recommend doing, is like while you're cleaning dishes or whatever, make it something that you can just hang out with somebody online and watch some of their content. So it's a good idea. I read the first volume of Heartstopper and really enjoyed it. I need to continue with that series. Haven't watched the show yet. Yeah, and I just have heard amazing things about it. I just haven't gotten to it. I mostly just use audio for nonfiction or tricky sci-fi. Can I recommend the Murderbot audiobooks? I've read the Murderbot audiobooks, and I am going to continue with the series this month. I've read the first 4, and so I'm on Network Effect, which is the 5th book in the series, and it's the first like actual novel. And so I'm excited, and the audio is very good. So yes. It's funny that you said that you only use it for or you mostly use it for nonfiction or sci-fi. I definitely, if I'm going to read nonfiction, which I don't do very often, I do prefer to read it on audio, but it really depends, because I feel like, and this could just be my inexperience with nonfiction reads, but I feel like with nonfiction, sometimes I struggle with the narrator. I feel like sometimes the narration is very dry, and I haven't had that with certain books. For instance, what's that book called? I'm Glad My Mom Died. Now that was narrated by the author, Jenny McCurdy. Is that her name? Jenny McCurdy? That sounds wrong to me for some reason, but I'm Glad My Mom Died. She narrated her own book, and I did really like that. It depends on the person, whether or not I want them to narrate their own story. I do think it makes it more meaningful, but I don't know if my experience with nonfiction with the narrators being dry is because of the content, because nonfiction books do tend to be a little bit more dry than fiction, or if it's just like a commonality within the genre. I'm not sure, but it is very nice to lean on audio whenever you have like a tricky book that you want to get through. Got all my Halloween and fall decorations up and lit some candles. It's definitely providing me with all the cozy vibes. That sounds amazing, Lotta. I love that. Live a memoir voiced by the author. It feels so much more authentic. Yes. Loved I'm Glad My Mom Died. It was so funny when I was reading that book, because I was reading it immersively. And my mom and I walk almost every day together. And my mom came over and I had it sitting on my couch. And she looks down and she's like, "What is that?" She just sees the title of it. I'm like, "Oh, I'm Glad My Mom Died." It's a memoir. Like, don't take it personally. You're not her mother. So just made me laugh. I know. I want to come over too, Lotta. I need to do some decorating. I have a hard time decorating every year because it takes time for one, but also we don't have many people over, and so it's really just decorating for us, which is fine. Like if it's something that we want out, I should just do it. But then you also have like the storing of the things at the end of the season. I have definitely been one who has left decorations out the entire year because I like them. And then when I do have people over, they're like, I have this Winnie the Pooh snowman set that I love to put like out on my fireplace. And I have left that up all year round. And people are like, "Why do you have a snowman sitting out in the middle of July?" I'm like, "Hey, because it's cute. That's why." You're all welcome. One big reading party. I would love that. Definitely. Definitely one day. One day we will do this. They will go down in March. And that's, I mean, at least it's worth it then because it's up for a long period of time. My neighbor next door, he actually, I've been thinking about, because I'm going to do a horror vlog in October. It'll be like late October that I'll post it, where I'll talk about all the different books that I've read, horror novels that I've read within October. And I've thought about, when I do my walk around my neighborhood, filming some of the decorations, because my neighborhood goes crazy for Halloween. They do a neighborhood challenge every year, and they give out awards for people who decorate their house the best. And so people are definitely bringing their A game this year. And my neighbor, he starts decorating. Essentially, his house is fully decorated for, it's fully decorated for the 4th of July, fully decorated for Halloween, for Christmas. I think he even decorates for Thanksgiving. And then he also does St. Patty's Day. But he just, I mean, he loves it. It's very funny. And I love to see it. So you might see some of that in a vlog coming soon. And yes, a reading party. I wish I had more reader friends, and reading retreat would be a dream come true. I agree. I have some friends in my everyday life, but they're not as crazy about reading as I am. They like to read, but it's not the same as the booktube community. So there have been a couple of different like get-togethers that I've seen on booktube. And I think, is it Becca with the Books that does one of them? But it's to a different country. I can't remember where she goes. But I feel like she had one up this year that she was traveling with a whole bunch of people, and you can just go if you want to meet up with them, which would be very fun. But unfortunately, it also costs a lot of money. But I would be game. Absolutely. Well, you already know I want to go to Edinburgh, and we need to meet up and go book shopping. That's on my list. But yeah, I think it would be really fun to have a meetup. Yeah, like a reading retreat. Exactly. A booktube reading retreat. Yeah, I do think, I'm pretty sure it's Becca in the Books who does it. And I know, was it Books with Megan, or Books with Meg, I think is what her channel name is. I think she had one too, but I think it's already passed. But I'm pretty sure Becca in the Books, or Becca, is it Becca and the Books or Becca with the Books? Becca with the Books, I think. Now I'm mixing up names. But anyway, Becca is, I'm pretty sure she does one. But yeah, I think it would be really fun. I love to travel. I would like it to be cheaper than it is. But I do love to travel. I think it would be a lot of fun. I know that recently it was Nell, Katie, Leandra, Vanessa, and there was one other person on the trip, I think, all met up. And that was very fun. Their vlogs were really fun to watch. Just they did a whole bunch of silly events together. We do need a North America one. We could do like I think this would be really fun if we did almost a road trip, where like we could start in one location, one booktuber travels, and like we just gain people as you drive around. I'd be game. Yes, the pricing is crazy. I mean, it's just plane tickets is insane. Bree, it was Bree. Yes. I was gonna say, I know I'm missing someone that went on the trip. I loved seeing your guys' vlogs where you did the hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil, but with baking. It was crazy, but so much fun. I love it. Yeah, someone needs to invent teleportation. That's all I'm saying. I think it would be fun. And then we could also obviously show off like all of the, touristy places within the United States, but maybe I'm a foodie. So like if we could go places and find like the local dine-in place that's amazing and give them some love too. I think it'd be fun. You let me know, Lotta. Pack my bags. I'll be there in a heartbeat. Oh, you said I'll fly to you guys. I thought you said I'll fly you guys. I thought you were it's like, if you want to pay for my ticket, you'll fly to me. You'll fly to us. Yes, I would love that. I'm in Canada. We have some delicious stuff here to eat. I mean, I want to travel the world and just eat the local foods. Sorry if you hear Andy racing around. He's got the zoomies after he ate. Um, I love going to different countries and having I don't want to say like having someone pick my food for me, but like almost finding like what is the country's dish, like what do they brag about, and going in and finding like a local place to eat. It's very fun to see different cuisines. Like you win the lottery, and then I love this the lottery. Fingers crossed that this will happen for us, and we can go on a trip. Well, with that, friends, we are going to go into our last sprint. So go dream about travels, go watch some booktube, go read a book, go take a nap, whatever you need to do, and I will see you guys in an hour. Hello and welcome back from our last sprint, friends. That was a booktube sprint for me. I watched 4 different, I'm in the middle of one of them, but I watched 4 different October TBR videos. I like to see what people are watching or are reading this month. So I got to Kirsten's TBR, her spooky game, her TBR game, but she made it spooky this year or this month. And then I watched Witchies. It wasn't a TBR. It was like an anticipated releases, anticipated horror releases specifically. And then I'm currently watching Just Be Weird's October TBR, which is very fun. I've never seen this version of Cluedo before, so it's very entertaining to watch. So I'm in the middle of that one, and then I also watched Julie's from Keep Calm with Books and Coffee. I watched her October TBR as well. So many spooky reads. If we could just stretch this season a little bit, I would love it because I just love all the autumnal TBRs and the vibes that are on BookTube right now are very fun. So yeah, that's what I did this sprint, and I had an Andy join me again. He's here, just hanging out on the last sprint. I know that we had a couple of people leave during that sprint. Let me see. I didn't star where I stopped. Lotta had to leave us because I know it is late for Lotta. Finished my pages, time to go to bed. I hope that you have an amazing night's sleep tonight, Lotta, and that you're able to get some rest. And then Kat saying goodbye to Lotta and sleep well. And then Jen joined us a little bit for lunch on her lunch break. And then I just said, I hope you're having a good lunch. And then Jen did have to leave because of more meetings at work. But I hope you're doing well, Jen. I hope that your workday goes quickly and that you're able to spend some time relaxing after. Elena joined us again. No worries. I get it. Like, you are welcome to go off and do whatever you would like. Like you are not obligated to be here. I am just happy to have you for as long as I get you. So thank you for being here. Welp, I'm caught in a productive frenzy. Oh my goodness, that's amazing. I'm glad that you could kickstart your productivity. That's amazing. You are very welcome, Ashley. I'm glad that you got to join us today. I'm sad for the circumstances, and I hope that you're feeling better, and that your illness, whatever it might be, is fast in leaving. But I'm glad that you got to be here today. Had dinner, and then I couldn't stop to read Heartstopper. You couldn't stop reading Heartstopper? I'm now caught up with it on the webtoon. Very nice. I'm glad that you're like speeding through it. You're enjoying it so much that you just can't stop. That's fantastic. Just finished watching season 3 of Heartstopper. A lot of this is going on. It's a great way to spend the day. It is indeed. I'm glad that you're enjoying yourself, getting some relaxation, some lovely watch time. Yeah, absolutely, Ashley. I'm going to get ready to go to bed. Yes, Kat, please do sleep well. Thank you. I appreciate it. This is my last sprint, so I'm almost done, but I do appreciate you being here. I've had a lot of fun. Today's been a very chill, relaxed sprinting. I got 100 pages read. I still have some more reading that I need to do, but it's a never-ending list, right? Which is a good problem to have. My team lost. Oh no. So I was scrolling through social media trying to get my adrenaline to go down a bit. Aw. Hoping to read more before bed and get to 50% tonight. That's awesome. Nice goal. I hope you get there. I get that. Like sometimes when you get super hyped, especially if it's in the evening and you're getting hyped up, you're like, I need to chill before I go to bed. Like, what can I do? He's good for that. Andy sometimes helps me calm down after. Although sometimes he also helps me get amped up if he is in a zoomy mood. But scrolling on social media, that works too. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for being here, Livia. Just to let you guys know what I have going on, I have, of course, my videos I post on Saturday and Tuesday. I think, although I'm not done with this book yet, I think on Saturday, I have my reading vlog coming out for the new H.G. Perry that comes out this month. It's my very first ever ARC because I have never had a NetGalley account except for like within the last month. And so I got the new H.G. Perry, The Scholar and the Last Fairy Door, and I'm very close to finishing it. And I filmed my vlog clips. I just need to film like the closing. So that will probably be my Saturday video. You will know if I got the book done, because if that vlog doesn't get posted on Saturday and something else does, you'll know. And then on Tuesday, if you guys have been following along with my like original tags that I've made for fantasy and sci-fi, where you guys make your own fantasy world and make your own sci-fi world, I'm doing one for horror. So you guys will be able to make your own nightmare this time. And that's coming out on Tuesday. I'm very excited about it. So that's what I have going on. Of course, we do have Battle of the Booktubers as well. So that sneak peek will come out on Monday. And then the competitors week 1 vlog for round 4 comes out on Tuesday. So I'm very excited. Lots of things happening in the Bookiverse. And then we also have, of course, TBR Harvest going on. So I will be around. I hope to see you guys somewhere around the Bookiverse. If not, I will see you hopefully next Thursday on Reading Sprints. But yeah, I hope you guys have a lovely day, lovely evening, wherever you are in the world. I hope that things are going well. And I will see you in the Bookiverse somewhere. Bye, guys.